Moose is in the house. Moose is in the house. Watch out. Watch out. Here's Moosey.
Hey, all, how's it going? I hope you're all doing fantastic. I'm doing okay. Thank you for asking, as per usual. We're doing a little bit more Monster Rancher 2 modding, like we did last night. I'll show you some of the stuff we made yesterday. Yesterday was basically taking textures that already exist in game and then repurposing them for a new monster. And today, we're going to try something a little bit more bespoke. We're still going to do that, but I have an idea that's a little bit more cerebral than just what we ended up with yesterday. How's everyone doing? It's popping. You actually catch a stream for once. Yeah, hey, how are you doing, man? Yeah, I'm pretty excited about today because as I was getting ready for the stream, sorry, let me turn on the fan. It's hot. There's balls in here. As I was getting ready for the stream, I noticed, or rather, I came up with an idea that I think is pretty good. So I'm pretty excited for it. Also, I came up with a way to show less of all the nonsense in my computer because like I ended up having to nuke the VOD from yesterday. Not because I showed anything like super sensitive or anything, but it's just because I don't want to go through and make sure I didn't accidentally show anything super sensitive. There's a lot of like going through files and making sure everything was set up. And now we're just set up to, there we go. This is what we got. This is from earlier today. If you guys weren't aware, I made a new video. It's just edited VOD from the raising stream and the Jerma watch along, where I raised a monster blindfolded to fight monsters that Jerma and his friends had made for the Invitational. It was super fun. They're gonna do another day of it, so I'm really excited about that. Rip Color Beast, he's still in the game actually. I haven't changed my files at all, so I'm gonna get to show Color Beast off. Let's get into it. Okay, so first off, the easiest way for me to do this is to change which monitor all my stuff is on, so it's a little haggard, but I'll get used to it. So this is what we made yesterday. I'll get some music playing at a certain point. We used the Arabian Nighton skin, and we made a duck and subbreed for Nighton. I think it looks pretty good. And I even went as far. Oh, he doesn't have it anymore. Oh, wait. Yeah, we're calling him Eggshell. I think Eggshell's a pretty good name. Nighton Inc., I've since adjusted it. Did I not adjust it? I don't know. Maybe I reverted it. But I had changed it to an icon of an egg. If we go into a battle, I'm fine if it doesn't have the icon still. Like, that's not a big deal. Is Mod Effect Hall of Fame? I don't know. So it's not just editing monsters. Like, we're editing the monsters, sure, but we can edit anything in the game that has any sort of texture. I mean, within reason. And, like, things that you would want to change. Like, we're not changing, like, the face of the little dragon thing here. Okay, everyone's giving up. Very cool. I need one match. Yeah, Eggshell works for species name, yeah. Alright, who's not going to chicken out? I believe in you, Robinil. I think you got what it takes. Yeah, okay. Lowly Purito. Can you stand up to the max stats behemoth? Okay, Gulshine. Okay, there we go. Nighton Inc. It's an egg. Oh, shit. Okay, so it's an egg. Instead of shooting the ink, he shoots a fried egg. Saw a different card too? Yeah, I made a new card for him. Or a new, whatever you call it. The portrait. Just did this with Photoshop. Why are they giving up? Because I have max stats. The more stats you have than your opponent, the higher chance they are to quit. Change the icons of a subread on subread by subread basis? Yeah, you can. I think we're gonna like try and avoid doing that because it's gonna get really weird really quick when people see icons and they're like, I don't know what that is. I think it makes sense for like a certain couple of things, but like for example, there's a what's his name? Phoenix Jill. And the Jill is like when it shoots the fire wave, it shoots like a big wall of ice. And so having that icon changed from fire to like ice or something, I think would probably be fine. Stats and fame. I don't think fame matters. I do have 100 fame too, though. But anyway, let's look at the egg. I'll offer you an egg in this trying time. And then we shell attack. I tried making the shell attack the dust. I tried to make it into feathers. And so, like, I was spending a lot of time, like, working around with, like, different textures and stuff, but I couldn't make it look good. Anyway. So, I gotta show you my mock-up. So, my idea for the next monster... We can get rid of this. We don't need any of this. Boop. Okay, fine, whatever. My idea for this monster is this. I want to make... Hold on. I want to make Golem Nighton. Does it require cheat engine? No. Cheat engine to, like, test attacks and stuff if you want to, like, change... how things are, here, let me just do this and close it so we don't get any sound. If you want to, like, be able to, like, change particle effects and, like, a quick way to test, cheat engine helps. But it's not actually needed at all. So we're going to do Golem Nighton. And you might be thinking, another Nighton. Boo, another Nighton. But stick with me. So, I got an idea. Let's, hold on. I got an idea. We're going to use Pressure's model. Pressure is the big whale. He's got a big round head and like a little tail sticking out the back, right? And he's got his legs. You like my my freeform mouse drawing? And then he's got big arms that come out here. Brr. And he's got a doofy little smile. There. Perfect. Perfect pressure. It's Papa John. So my idea to make Golem Nighton is to take Pressure's base. Because it starts off this round thing with the back. I don't know if this is going to work. We're going to test it out. We're going to try it, right? I think what could work is you make this the spiral part of the shell. And it spirals to this. And then this would be like... This is normally where Nighton sticks his head out. Hello, I'm Nighton. Okay? Following so far? So this is... Whatever. Like, you have all the patterns... We go like this, something like that, right? This is the shell. Well, I have the legs breaking out with like a little breakout thing here. Like a break in the shell. And then I have the other one here. Okay. Okay, it's our crumb now. And then the arm, same thing. We have just like a break like this. And then the arm sticks out. And so he's a big boy. And then we do a Digitamamon style crack in the shell. and we have little evil eyes sticking out. So that's my idea. It was I was hit with the stroke of inspiration right before the stream started. So this is what I want to try and make. I think it could look good. I need to actually see the pressure model up close again, but I have a feeling this could work. He does have kind of like angular duck feet. And so I don't really know what I want to do. I think it could be cool to give him, hey, KDO. It could be cool to give him like gauntlets that like cover his knuckles and like his upper forearm and then like his hand that are made out of like the Niton shell. I think that could like look pretty cool. Like you have the design here. And then if say this is from below, you wouldn't actually see much. It would just like look like this. And then his hand would be like normal. Or maybe like if his fist is coming over, it would cover the front of his knuckles, like brass knuckles or something. And so this would be all something like that. We're going to be messing around with it, but I think this is my idea. I'm trying to make something that I think would appear in the game if it were to have launched in 1999. And I'm trying to make something that is more than just like texture replacement, because we're going to have a lot of that. I'm going to be doing a lot of that. I think the texture replacement is absolutely what people should be working towards, like we did with the eggshell. If you're not like really comfortable with any sort of artistic endeavor, because we still need the mixed breeds, right? If you make like Duck and Gaboo and no one else wants to make Duck and Gaboo, and you just take the Gaboo texture and put it on Duckin, that's 1,000,000% better than us not having it, right? Like someone needs to make it. The goal is to have one of everything. I have a feeling as time goes on, people are going to be like, I'm not really happy with my design. Let's, try and make something a little bit more interesting. But anyway, this is what we're going to go with today. So I'm going to show you guys how everything works, and then we're going to go from there. So very first thing we got to do is we got to open the Tim Builder. Import. I don't remember what's what. I think it's this. I think it's Golem. Import a Timothy. No Timothys today. Is somebody able to help me out real quick? Tiachvid? It's pinned in the More Monsters thread. Editing the models themselves would be a great innovation. Yeah, I mean, people have figured out how to do it. It's just that it's complex and there's no tool to do it easily. Because the models aren't just like... there's like no bones. It's not like a skeleton like where you might be used to if you've done any sort of like modern game dev. It's literally just like a mesh, and then there's like certain points. There's certain coordinate points that animate. And so what you can do is you can like make new points, or you can like change where the points are and like shrink and like move vertices and faces around to like kind of, you change their dimensions. It's very hard to like add something new to it. But say you took Arrowhead, you could make his two little like spikes on the side of his head like a lot smaller or a lot bigger. But adding a fourth one as like a unicorn horn is like extremely difficult, because at that point you would need to take the faces that are like already there and like rearrange them. So just taking a vertice or a face that like already exists and just like kind of smushing it is like significantly easier. Our monsters are boneless. They are. Golem is Kigo. Okay, so it is the Go part. And MGG Junior. Okay. Okay, so I'll explain what I'm doing here. I'm going to have to reopen this. That's fine. So this is a tool. Import. The very first thing you have to do is you have to go Steam apps, common, find Monster Farm DX, Monster Farm DX2, resources, data. And here, it's a lot of folders. This is a .bin file. And so what you need to do is you need to use a zip extractor, and you extract all the files, and then you find this folder that says mon, and then these are all the different monsters. This is Pixie, Dragon, Centaur, I think, Color Pandora, Beaklon, and, you know, it just goes like that. It's 38 subbreeds, or 38 main breeds, rather. And so Golem's here, and here's Golem and all of his combinations. So this is Golem and Pixie. This is the texture for Golem Pixie, and this is the texture for Golem and Pixie's particle effects. So in the particle effects, you have things like, for Golem, when he does Earthquake, like the explosion, and then you also have things like the portrait for when they enter battle. Like, so you're going to have to edit both of them. So where's the MG? Here we go. Is this open to just anybody to submit? Yeah, anyone can submit. We have like 1,000 monsters we need to make. There's plenty of time for people to get involved. So anyway, we're going to take this texture. We're going to import it. So what I've done, if I export PNG, which we're going to do here. This is Golem Zilla. I'm just doing this to save this texture because we're going to be writing over this texture. And then after you've made your changes, you go to import and you choose what you want, and then export TIM, and then it basically brings up the first folder we were in with all the different texture files. You choose which texture you want to overwrite, and then you're good. So it's literally, it takes a file, a texture file, exports it to a PNG, make the changes you want, import that PNG back into the game, and then choose which texture you're overwriting. Simple as. The reason, we don't actually need to export this PNG if we don't want to. The reason we do is because it gives us a really good understanding of where things are going to map onto the Golem. So we're going to do that, and we're going to come into here. This guy can go away, and let me go Monster Rancher modding, custom mons, Golemzilla. So this is all the different things for Golemzilla. All the different little bits and pieces. And then we're also going to take Niton. And the reason we're going to take Niton is we want to like know where things will like line up. Okay, cool. So let's get some music playing, and then we can keep going. In card order, Pixie and Dragon are first. Yeah, exactly. It is in card order. It's just, you know, off the top of my head, it's hard to remember 38 monsters in order. Okay. So we're trying to avoid getting DMCA'd while we do this. I think we just listen to Funky Jams 1 again. That shit's great. Funky Game Jams Volume 1. Hell yeah. Music White Last VOD got deleted? No, it's because I don't want to go through and make sure I didn't accidentally expose any important information. Anything that, you know, doxes me or whatever. Why does Golemzilla have a B gain in intelligence? Maybe one specific one does, but here we go, Legend Cup. Oh, he does. Huh. That's weird. Anyway, we're gonna get one, and then we'll see what's up. House once modding's more robust. Someone will make a dream, and now I'm Golem looks like Vector Man. Okay, let's get rid of this guy. It's Arlo. It is. It looks so cute. Yeah, I think it turned out really well. Okay, so I'm curious. It might not even work because his body, I can already tell, is a little bit different than what I remembered it being. Okay, the tail is pretty long. This might not work the way I wanted it to. This is an actual whale tail, eh? Mock cigarette, question mark sub? Okay, I'm kind of curious what I can do here. I'm noticing where like everything lines up texture-wise. How weird would it be to just get rid of the bottom section and just have floating legs? You can edit the mouth part and turn it into a hollow part and put some glowing eyes. You can't really turn it into a hollow part, but yeah, that was the idea. Is that would be like where the crack is. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna get into editing and I'll show you guys. Oh yeah, I wanted to see advanced viewer. Yeah, foreign intelligence. It's probably an error. It's just the way it was coded originally and they just left it. Color black and add some glowing eyes. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the vibe. Digitamamon style. Smart whale. Okay, so I'm going to take this midsection here. I'm literally just going to delete all of his legs. Do you think he somehow removed? No, because Golem, almost every Golem has like, I shouldn't say almost every Golem. Golem has a lot of unique models. That's not like on Nighton yesterday. We saw how it had the shell and the Bajarl pot on all the models, and it just uses transparency to like hide the pot most of the time. This one is different. Golem has just like straight up different models for a lot of its breeds. So I'm going to we're gonna edit some of this out. Okay, before we get into Nighton, let me make a copy of this. We'll hide this. This is the one that is completely unedited. Oh, whoops. Delete that. This is the tail, I do believe. If I had to guess. We might go a little crazy here. I don't see anything that looks like out of the ordinary in terms of like what would be deleted. This is this, I think. Maybe. It's hard to say. What did I just delete? That? Maybe it's that. Yeah, I think it is this. Okay, so we're gonna leave that. But what we have just deleted, if I come in here, I save this, and then we open this back up. Hold on. Okay, so this is crashed. Copy is going to be the one where we're not editing. It was Go MG. Yeah, I guess I didn't need to import that at all. That's fine. Okay, so it's updating. And we export, save. Okay, so now if we go back to this, we take it to the ranch. Yeah, you can already see he's missing the texture. So we deleted the texture that is like his body. So anyway, that's what we're aiming at right now. Okay, so the tail I need to figure out. I don't know if it's a duplicate though, is the problem. If it's it shouldn't be, but it very well could be. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to delete this and see if that makes a difference. And we're just going to do this one at a time. Or, you know what, actually there's an easier way to do this. I'm going to give everything a dot of some kind. Okay, so we're going to give you yellow. Hold on, I should make this a different layer. So you can have yellow. You can have this blue. You can have this pink. And we're just going to line these up. Green. Orange. And then white. We'll do a white. Okay. Save that. And now we're going to re-import the PNG and Zillifer on its arms and legs are already kind of a template for Niton shells. Kinda, yeah. It'll give us something to, like, work towards. Zilla, Arrowhead, Hanger, Metal Nerd, Dragon, Durhan, Mock, Jarl, Joker, and Dream Golem all have unique models. The rest are just different textures for anyone wondering. There's more than that, but yeah. Oh, unless you mean for Golem, yeah. Also, some of the other ones, like, I think Marble Guy has a different model. Its shoulders are like more, like triangular. I don't think it's done with transparency. I think it's literally a different model. There's quite a few for Golem. Okay. So, as we can see, white is used a lot. We're not going to be touching white. Yellow I can get rid of. Blue I can get rid of. Green I can get rid of. Pink I can get rid of. So we don't want to touch orange. We don't want to touch white. We don't want to touch orange or white. Okay, and then curious about this. Where's this? Cool. If I can't make it like look okay, we're just not gonna worry about this. But I think it's a kind of a cool idea, so I don't want to give up on it too quickly. No dick, no balls, no butthole. It would be kind of cool to make his legs into like seaweed or something. If they're just floating, you know? What monster is this? This is Golemzilla, but we are editing it to be a Golem Niton is the goal. Okay. So if we just have this, green and yellow are what we're getting rid of next. That'd be a cool idea. I think that could be kind of cool. Unfortunately, okay, red is the top. It's his head. Cool. So green and yellow is what we're getting rid of. I'm gonna move some stuff around just so I can read chat a little bit better. Can we safely just completely delete the feet? Maybe. But then it's gonna look really funny if he kicks, you know? We gotta think about animations. I think seaweed and then like dirt on the ground or something could be kind of cool. Okay, he's got a couple of pixels. Not the end of the world. It's gotta be sand, not dirt. You can fuck right off. Yeah, sand and seashells. Yeah, that's cool. Little ammonites. Give him seaweed legs. Or coral. Either way, this is looking good. Pink is his knuckles. Okay. Okay, so just for the sake of having something there, I'm going to... How do I rotate the canvas? His face is upside down. Either way. We're going to paint over it. Like a dark... a brown kind of color. It's okay if I'm over a little bit. I'm just doing this for the sake of having it. I can worry about shading and stuff later. And then we'll just give him eyeballs. Just for the sake of, you know, having it painted. But this is upside down, so it's kind of annoying. Just something like that. Coral Moccasin Undine sub. So, don't let me stifle your creativity, right? I do think when you get into the realm of the monster is referencing something about the other monster and not like just the two are combined, it feels a little bit more like Monster Farm Line or something as opposed to like something that would have existed in the original game. But, you know, different people can have different design philosophies. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just my idea, or like what I think works best is when you think about literally just combining the two monsters as opposed to referencing something the other monster is like tangentially related to. Okay, so hold on. Okay, I'm confused. It's not upside down. The face isn't upside down, okay. Making it different than gel subs is hard? No, I get that. Don't know who you are, just passed by to say hi. Hey, welcome. We're doing some Monster Rancher 2 modding right now. Dude, if I made his face like the bad nature icon... So, the way they kind of separated Undine from Gel in Monster Farm Line is they gave the monsters... It's less of like full body, this is a gel monster, and more of like, there are like hard sections, like gems and things like that. The Arrowhead Undine is really sick. What am I looking for? Undine is just Lady Gel. I mean, Undine is definitely like the most uninteresting monster in the game for that reason. It's like they wanted Gel, but like couldn't give Gel all the attacks they wanted to give Gel. Okay, so obviously off-center, but more along the lines of like what I'm aiming for, you know? How can we mod? Just textures right now, just the textures, yeah. I mean, a couple of people are figuring out how to do the how to change models, but it's difficult. Okay, whatever. It's something. It's a start. And then I gotta find his other teeth. Where's his other teeth? He has a texture where 2 teeth are visible. Is that this? Okay, so that's his face. This is the top of his head. What are we looking at right now? I gotta find which one is his foot. I think this is his foot. Let's figure where the rest of these are located. I already have orange. Give me a pink. Blue. I'm gonna make this a little bit different. Just so I can see the green and blue together. Then I'll do yellow with a pink dot in it. Okay, so this should separate everything. I should know where everything is now. Texture Dream Golem, just make him a bottle of Hennessy. Very, very similar. Yeah. Scanning over Mox Leafs to see what's stuck as a leaf shape, and it looks like it is... Oh, see if it was stuck as a leaf shape, and it looks like it is apparently. Oh, that's interesting. That's a little bit disappointing. I just want to make new animations. I mean, be the change you want to see in the world, you know? Okay, so let's see where we're at. Okay, well, I kind of like that as is. His eyes are like... they're part of the green dot. Okay, so this is his back. This is like the left side, and then it gets mirrored. So now that we know this, now we can start actually doing some fun stuff. Let's take a Niton layer. Something like this. I'm going to just stretch it to be halfway, and then I'm going to take this, which I think is the same type of shell part. Do the same thing. So this is not going to line up properly, and that's fine. We're just seeing what it looks like. This probably would actually be better the other way around. I don't know. I have a feeling these line up somehow, but we'll work on that in the time being, though. Just save and edit and see what it looks like. probably remove the Zilla eye texture because it's layered over another texture. I don't think any textures in this game are layered over other textures. Almost all of them... It might be. We can check. But almost all of them, if you remove it, it just becomes transparent. We've tried that. With, like... there's not a lot of, like, weird overlap. Most of the time, if you just delete something, it's because there's nothing underneath. That's why it's there. This one takes a lot longer than Duckin did to load. Okay, so, you know, it doesn't look good, but it looks like it's backwards. Like, I can swap it. Okay, I see what this is. I do want it to be on the other side, though. Something like this, kinda. We can blur it. There's like a lot of transparency on it. And then... Okay, well that's a little bit better. We can at least take a look at that and see what it looks like. Because he's a bigger monster. Yeah, maybe. That very well could be it. Anyone been able to extract the models yet? Some people have been messing around with it, but it seems complicated. Okay, so I don't really like it, but it's fine. I don't know how I'm gonna make this work. I think if easiest way to do it would be to take this half here and mirror it on this section. Let's at least see what that looks like. We're messing around at this point. This is definitely like more complicated and less like obvious what like the choices to make are than in the last one. When Tiger Gaboo? People have already made like a Tiger, like a Tiger Hanger and stuff like that. Hopper make a good ratchet? Make Hopper Hanger. Nothing's stopping you. This is all stuff that anybody in chat can do right now. Okay, how does this line up? Not really, but the idea is there. So what I want to do instead is instead of this, so I want to take this whole thing. This white part here is weird. I don't really know what it corresponds to. Oh, it's in the corners. I see. So maybe I can fill that in with something. But anyway, well, we'll get there when we get there. I think what I've done now... This is either gonna be fine or it's gonna be backwards, but either way, it's okay. I mean, either things are right or they're wrong. That's fantastic analysis on my part. You're more of an ideas man? We're all ideas men, that's the problem. Some of us gotta start doing. We can't just be talking. But if you just want to chill out and watch me fuck around with stuff, you know, more power to you. Okay, so it almost lines up. I have to... The bottom is closer to lining up than the top is. Where's the white? Armpit? Yeah, okay. God, that's weird. That's weird how that wraps. So if I can't delete the texture. I can't go further. Yeah, I can. Let's just do that. Let's see what happens if I do this. Does it become too far, or is it still not enough? Started making characters for CTR? I saw that. That shit's sick. I've never done anything like this before either, but it's actually like super easy to like get started, at least. We're in the weeds now. I think I need to stretch it a little bit more still. That might work. Oh yeah, because they have like full ass tracks and stuff in it. I forgot that editing was like real easy in it now. I love CTR, man. I should play it more. I was really hyped when the re-release came out, and then I played it for a week and was like, this... I don't like what they're doing to this game. At least the base game was like fine. It's just the PvP elements were super shitty. Okay, I'm kind of lost. I feel that might be too big. What I could also do, I just thought about this. Instead of doing this, wait, what if I did this? This way it's the same texture. Okay, let's see if that lines up a little bit better. Is there any form of listening anywhere which new combinations have been added for the mod? Yeah, so, I mean, not really. There's an image that's floating around the Monster Hunter Discord. What do you think about the idea of giving Golem socks? What is this? We're making some monsters. Art in the making, yeah. I lost my second monitor there for a second. That's why I like froze. It happened again. What's happening here? It's not actually disappearing. I'm just losing like the HDMI connection. Okay, so it doesn't really line up. Unless I did this backwards? I don't think I did it backwards. Also, that's like, the back looks really shitty. I think I want to... Okay, so like, I know what this is. This is the side of the shell. So maybe the idea should be that it opens here. Like the side is here. Okay, where's Niton at? I don't remember if I deleted anything from this. We're going to delete the Niton one. And I'm just gonna I'm gonna put it back in. Yeah, okay, it doesn't look like I deleted anything. I'm looking at this and I'm trying to figure out how it goes together. To like more easily just combine it. Get rid of this. I can move these pieces around, it doesn't matter. Anything that has like a spiral like this connects. So how does it connect? I think this is the back. As much as it looks like it should be the inside, I think this is the back. Hold on, let's take a look at Nighton. I gotta have Nighton on here. Okay, so there's not actually a spiral. What am I looking for? The white points of the shell are in the middle. The white makes the rim. Okay, so this is middle, this is middle. And then this white here is like translucent. Okay, so it looks like the white points are not actually necessarily translucent. They're just part of the monster. Also, you can see like floating vertices on this guy too, so I don't feel too bad about my own. Also, his face is broken. Lots of fun stuff. Okay, so it is mirrored. They've made one side of the shell. This is one face. That's this, and then this is the second half. So it's big side and small side. So it literally combines like this. Like, so it literally looks like this. Okay, so that's the side of the shell. In Golem Nighton, yeah. Would Golem Nighton have any noodly parts and be all shell? So we have kind of an interesting idea for it. Originally, I wanted to have it so it was like the shell on like the pressure model, and it was going to be the shell, and then the tail was going to be like this part here, where like Nighton normally comes out of. That's like where the tail is, and then so this part here would be the face. Imagine it's like rotated 90 degrees, and then we would have a little crack here with like eyeballs sticking out, and then we would have like arms and legs breaking out of the shell. Doesn't really work like that. So we're gonna see if we can just make the head a shell. Same with the like eyes and arms breaking out of it. Do I read YouTube comments? I do, but you know, when I'm talking, I'm not gonna interrupt myself unless it's to tell you off. So chill. And then we're gonna have the face here, and then the arms are gonna be sticking out, and then the legs aren't like connected anymore. So we're thinking of doing like seaweed and like a sandy base with like seashells and stuff in it. I think that could be a good way to do it. But this is the side. So if I take this And I take this. Niton is weird though, because like I'm pretty sure this doesn't show up anywhere. Okay, so there's the shell. But for our sake, what if we were to just expand it? It doesn't really work. But we could lop some of this off, I think. I made this smaller. Yeah, like it's not gonna line up perfectly. But what I can do here is I can take this. And then I can adjust. So this is still here. And we're gonna do a little mash. Something like that. It's kind of circular. And then I would put this on top to like just kind of fill in the space. And this part doesn't need to be perfect, right? Because it's like this might be okay as is. So let's take a look at our golem again. We want that to be the sides here. So this section, I'm guessing. I don't know. It's gonna look weird because there's gonna be stuff sticking up the sides, but it's a start. And then we can just go from there and see what we can do. No, that's wrong. Copy is the one that is on its own. That's the old one. So let's see what that looks like. There's going to be a little bit of trial and error here. Okay, so not bad. But now we need to line up the textures with it. There's no real this is gonna be, we're gonna have like a crack here and the arms are gonna be coming out. Stretch out, it looks kind of fleshy. Yeah. But that's okay. Because we're gonna change this texture a little bit to have his arms coming out. Like they're breaking out of the shell. It's fine to just have it as a bit. I deleted the wrong layer. Deleted the layer that had all the paint on it. That's okay. We'll just repaint. Let's make a new layer. Then okay. So yeah, it does look fleshy. You're not wrong, but I think we can adjust that once we get the shell lined up. When we have the break, I think it'll look okay. This is a very laborious process. For a monster like this, at least. For a lot of the monsters, it's like very simple. If you guys are making anything, like, feel free to like share it, because I'm interested to see what other people are working on for this mod. Okay. So purple is what we're looking to adjust next. Purple and pink are what we're trying to line up. So this is the top. How is this lined up? This here. Okay. So this section right here is right here. So I'm looking for a section like that to line up with the face, with the pink. Oh. Is the eye on top? We get to check for real. Let's try deleting it. Maybe they're right. The eye's on top. I'm gonna start looking at the stuff next week. Don't know what I'll start with. I honestly, something like Color Pandora or like Galley or whatever is like probably really simple because there's not a lot of geometry to it, right? T-shirt, forehead, ass. I know. Trying to think of what Digimon work out decently. Someone made a Centaur Mon on Centaur, obviously. That looks really good. I think they used the texture map from like the Digimon World 1 Centaur Mon. I think something later, don't know yet. Probably Mock Metal Nerd, but correct. Oh yeah, I saw you working on that. That looked pretty cool. Where it's like a alien escaping from like a test tube. How did they do gel? Texture transparency over a model? I mean, the texture just has transparency. It's as simple as that. Okay, so... See, getting rid of the eyes makes it... They're gaps. which makes the pink awkward, because I think that means that this, we put a little green on it. We put one green dot. Here, like this. I put one green dot. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do it on this layer. I am worried the pink or this bit here is duplicated. Because if it's duplicated, actually, hold on. Let's bring the eyeball back. If it's duplicated, then it fucks everything up because I don't really have a way to make this look good. I'm gonna stretch it a little bit. I can always just revert back if I want to. Okay, so the eyes are part of it. But I have a feeling it's the same texture duplicated like around the eye. Which we'll be able to tell if there's more than one green dot. If there's only one, then we're fine. Okay, so it just wraps weirdly? Because I have it right in the middle. It stretches like strangely. So like one side is like longer than the other side. Then white. That's really bizarre. Okay. Is the thing causing a t-shirt forehead? Yeah. Okay, so I stretched this out too much, I think. But let's see how it looks with the rest of it. I bring this back. I'm just gonna overscan a tiny bit. Oh. Hold on. Where's Funky Game? Is it 4? My music ended. I think 4 is okay. One of them gets copyright claimed like crazy. I think this one's okay. Okay. So, first things first. This still reaches up here. That's what this is. So I'm looking for a squiggle. I'm just trying to like match things. I think that's this. I believe. Anyway, so let's take Niton. The white portions are the inside. I was gonna try making a monster mod of my own, but distracted by realizing how easy it is to change the game's intro. So now my first MR2DX mod is changing the intro cutscene to an episode of Peppa Pig. Yeah, you can just change the video to whatever you want. Have fun, it's a real piece of work. We're messing around with it. So we got rid of his midsection. We got his something mapped. The idea here is where his eyes are is going to be like two like little glowing eyes, and then his arms, this is like a placeholder texture for now, and then we're going to have it like cracked, and then like the arms are going to be like sticking out, and the legs and feet I think we're going to do, they're like made out of seaweed, and then this is going to be like a sandy shore with like seashells and like little ammonites and stuff in it, in his feet. I'm trying to do the hard part first. That's the idea. We'll see how far we get. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work, you know? But I guess we could also do the easy part first. Nothing says we have to do the hard part first. So if I take this, for example, this is, and then make this his arms. Oh, it's the same texture. Okay, so you can't do that. Okay. Oh, I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if this idea is gonna work. He copied, so many of the textures are the same. So his arms and legs can't be different. You know what? I like the idea. Let's see if there's a golem that better fits it. It's kind of crazy how many different models Golem has. Like, these are all different. That's crazy. Baku? Baku, I think, is probably easy. Anyway, so this isn't gonna work out. We're just gonna dump this. It's fine, you know. We tried. I'll come back sometime when I'm better at it. All I'm gonna do now is I'm going to import the original back in. And then we'll just make sure he like looks okay. That model, I think, has potential. It's just, it's not going to work for what I want it to be. Unless, you know, someone better than me comes up with some solutions, but in due time. It's not, there isn't like exactly an arms race, right? But I would be kind of sad if someone was like, oh, I made Nighton Golem, and it's just peach colored Golem, right? Because I think the idea we had is like, oh, we got rid of the bottom. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna get, I fucked up the, this is why you always save backups for this. I got rid of one of the textures. So I need the pressure texture, and I need the Nighton Bajarl texture back. Or specifically the Nighton Bajarl visual effects. Damn. That sucks, man. I thought it was gonna be pretty good. How about Baku? Baku for what, though? I read the comment earlier, but it's Zilla as a monster. I feel there's a lot of potential. Mach Naga? That could be cool. Meant the Golem Baku model? Well, no, that kind of changes the whole thing. Because the whole vibe was I wanted the body to be a shell, right? And Golem doesn't really have... actually... No. I don't think this is gonna work. Because Golem Baku is just like Golem with floppy ears. I had a funny idea. Maybe we can work on one of the funny ones. So I want to take Ghost. Possible to delete the head and make the torso the shell. So yes, you could do that. The problem is still the whale tail, right? It's still a tail. It's really hard to make that anything else. Anyway, it's too complicated for like what I'm capable of right now. Sometimes you just got to know when you're in over your head and do something else. So that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so I want to... Pictures. Ghost. I had an idea for Ghost Monol with Black Hanger's face for the ghost. But I don't know if it'll work with the way Ghost's eyes work. So Ghost is between Phoenix. Suezo was MM. I know that. So let's import oh, Ghost. Okay, Ghost. Let me make a copy of the ghost. Okay. So I got a copy of the ghost. That's Hanger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hanger is the 6th Mon. HE. And then Monol is what, second last, right? No, fourth last. Naga, Worm, Ape, Monol. Okay, Monol. Monol is ML. Let me make sure. ML. Naga, Worm, Ape, Monol is MX. I could have figured that out. And I want to import Tiger Monol because Tiger Monol's got like cool runes written on it. And I think those I can use those to make something sick. Dragon, Hanger, Raki, Golem, Zoom, Durahan, Arrowhead. This is Rygar, yeah. MAMX is what I'm looking for. Okay, and now we go Tiger Mono. Any thought the game will make all breed Monster Farm 2 plus Monster Farm 3 and 4? You mean like all the breeds? How to download the game? So this is just Monster Farm 2DX. You can get it on Steam. And if you join the Monster Rancher Discord, you can find a bunch of files to like edit all of the textures and stuff like that. Honestly, my biggest like dream for this series is for them to make like a Monster Rancher 2 Ultimate, where it just like works like Monster Rancher 2, but it has all the breeds from like later in the game as well. I think more than anything else, that's what like 99% of people playing this game want. Okay, so now we got all that. Now we got to go back to Ghost. Ghost is after Phoenix. No, wrong thing. Ghost is right here. MK. Alright. And now, let's get Ghost copy. Dude, this is sick. All his cards? You don't really see them at all, but it's neat that they're there. So you can change the cards to be whatever. That's awesome. I mean, I knew you could change the cards to be anything, but the fact it's in his base model is like kind of interesting. We can make them Exodia. Okay, so we're gonna take Tiger Model, and we're gonna take Hanger Model. And between these two, I think I should have all of the textures I need. I'm looking for this. This is what I was looking for. So I want this to be on top of Ghost's hat. Let's figure out which is which right now. So we can do what we always do. We're going to make a bunch of dots. And my goal for this is going to be kind of funny. Maybe not what you're expecting from Ghost. This is some transparency of some kind. I don't know. We're going to just paint on it anyway. We can always delete it later. I think this is underneath the hat. I assume for the magic card attacks, but does he have an idle animation where he plays with them? Yeah, he like throws them in his hat. That might be it. So that's probably what it is. That's a good point. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay, so we've just... Ghost copy? Yes, okay. Now we import... Ghost copy, open... let's make a Ghosty boy. Sid. Okay. So maybe this is something you can answer. How does something like Ghost, how does it determine transparency? Because it doesn't look like the model or the sprite sheet has transparency on it. The process to submit these? Yeah. Yeah, Archbishop Dave's the one throwing it all together. Transparency either on or off. All ghosts should be transparent. Okay. Because I know there's like there's triggers for it, like you were saying in the code, where it's like either, you know, the model has transparency coded into it or it doesn't. So Ghost should have transparency, and Chef would not have transparency then, if that's the case. Because Chef isn't transparent. So if you wanted to make a non-transparent Ghost, that's what you would use. I've got a very funny idea that may not work, but okay. So hat, the blue and teal, yellow inside. There's an inside of the hat. Interesting. That makes sense because you can take the hat off. So here's my idea. Again, we're just gonna duplicate everything so we don't have to worry about it. Blue and green. My idea here. Hold on, what am I doing? I don't know what this layer is. Anyway, my idea to make him a mono subbreed and call him like Smokestack or something, and just have the hat go up but have no brim on it. Ghost pixels should be transparent. Let me double check. The alpha values are extremely faint. The tool sets it to 239 out of 255. Oh, okay. That's actually like very, very slight. Interesting. Ghost copy. Top hat, no brim. No brim. Yeah, so now if I take Ghost. Dude. Hell yeah, dude. Oh my god. Let's go. He's ready for Kwanzaa. Alright, I'm gonna make him into a little smokestack. Ghost Mew is opaque, so it should be fine. Is Ghost Mew built off of regular Ghost? Okay, so he doesn't really like... It's the top of his head. It's not the bottom of the hat, it's the top of his head. So if I get rid of the yellow as well... Marge Simpson someone. Oh my god. Okay, let's see how this looks. Oh, homie. Dude, Marge now sounds like she's like dying. They gotta let Julie Kavner like rest. Abort. Abort. I tried to export Tim too early. Tim didn't like being exported too early. I'll crump with ya. I can't do Marge anymore. Nobody can do like current Marge. Julie Kavner's the only person alive who can do that voice. Go Sabrina, it's just Gerald from Hey Arnold. Hell yeah. Okay, so does this look better or worse? Okay, that looks way, way, way worse. Okay, so it does look way worse. We're gonna save it, but now I know it's the top of his head, right? So I can just match the tone of it with the rest of his body. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I haven't had a break since I started. Give me 1 sec, and I will be right back. Where's my BRB screen? Hey, we're back. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you're just joining, or you showed up when I was away, getting some water, we are editing some monsters. We are doing some Monster Rancher 2 modding. While I'm on this level is a little bit different. Yeah, it's a little bit louder there. I adjusted it a tiny bit. Okay, so we want to keep this. But here's where it gets interesting. I know blue is the round, green is the top. Okay, we'll leave that. That's fine. I'm curious which is which here for these, though. Make more abominations. The other one didn't really work out, unfortunately. I think the Nighton idea is really cool, and I do want to revisit it at some point. So much so that, like, if someone makes, like, a shitty Nighton or Golem Nighton, I'll, like, fight them for it. I'll be like, I came up with something good. If you can't handle it, like... Okay, so this, it actually is transparent. It's very, very... Yeah. Like, Dave was saying, it's like 239 out of 255 or something. So it is technically transparent. If I was to just make it solid, like this, the blue, you won't be able to see through the blue, which is good. And then we have a little purple thing here. We know what the eye is. The eye is the eye. That's not surprising. Okay. I think you should visit Golem Nighton idea, maybe after more familiar with the program. I think so too. I think it's literally just a case of what I want to do is too ambitious for my skill level. And once, you know, I feel a little bit better with it, I don't even know if it's something I'll get better at, but maybe I'll just have more patience to, like, mess around with it. Okay, so where he's painted, it is solid. There is hands? Do I have two purples? Hold on. Okay, so purple is like a connecting tissue. It's his hands, it's the back of his neck. It's underneath his neck as well. Orange is the panel on the back of his head. Blue is the panel from the front to the sides. Okay, none of this really matters. Because what I'm going to do for this... Blue is his stomach. Okay, so that's a good point. We'll start on the stomach. Tiger Monal. We're going to steal these runes. Hold on. Before we do this... Okay, so it does line up properly. So this is the top, this is the bottom. We're gonna seal the tiger runes. And then what's the sides? There's nothing else. Okay, so this should wrap like all the way around his body. Or something? We'll see how far it wraps. And then layer 2, get rid of that. I want to make this like 98%. If I do that, see what this looks like. So it'll still be a little bit transparent. It's kind of slow for Ghost as well. I think it was just fast for Niton. Okay, so at 98%, look at how see-through it is. All right, so it doesn't cover his back as well. So it's like literally any transparency, and it's super transparent. Interesting. I wonder if I make it 99, if that's going to make like a significant difference. I'm starting the transparency is on or off. It's converted. Oh, it's a single bit. Gotcha. So it's set to like 50% transparency or whatever if it's not opaque. And if it's opaque, then it's opaque. Gotcha, gotcha. So, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Zero alpha is the same as 200. If it ain't 255, yeah, okay. I gotcha. I'm trying to figure out what I would make if I mess around with this. I want to take a closer look at Zilla's mouth animations. It'd be very funny to have an astronaut themed Zilla. His teeth baleen acting like a visor for the helmet. Yeah, you could absolutely do that. That's a sick idea. Like a mech that he like rides around in. There's a couple like that already. Like Metal Nerd Durhan or Durhan Metal Nerd. It's kind of like that. It's a little alien. Okay, I like this, but I think I'm gonna flip these to be the other way around. And then his tail can be like white. So where is... Oh, the arms are the same. The face is blue, okay. So maybe... leave that as is. And then it's the side of the face. Okay, so this is the middle, and this is the outside. Yes. This is like where his eyes approach, and this is the back of his head. Let's pull up the Tiger Mono again. This, maybe we can make it line up. Something like this. This, not a... There. I can compress the texture a little bit, make it a little bit more interesting to look at. Let's see. We'll see how this works, and we'll try and like line it up with the body texture. Okay, so just the sides, eh? What did we change that has purple on it? Oh. Okay, so there's still something that the face is not connecting to. Oh, there's a whole other litany of things up here. Okay, I gotcha. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna take this texture as is, though. I think this looks kind of okay. And then I'm gonna duplicate it. Orange. This is the inside. So if I line this up, okay, I've made some like weird transparency things here, so this is gonna be a pain in the ass. We don't want to go over the cards at all. Okay, let's see. Let's see what these faces are. Just got rid of orange so I can bring it back. There's so many of these little faces. I already have red. It's being used extensively. It's just red and purple, really. It's still being used. Yeah, I guess once I see what these line up with, it'll be a little bit better. My arm's starting to get sore. I'm not used to looking at this monitor to as my main monitor. Okay, so orange. It kind of lines up the way I expected it to. That's good. That's fine. Blue is the face. Green is like hidden. Green is like the top of the head. It's like this one little section here. Here, maybe I should slow this down. Fella gonna keep his eyes? Yeah, because there's not much I can do about it. Okay, green is the top of his head. Yellow is his back. Okay. Blue is his face and green is the top of his head. And so it looks like we're making his face kind of white. Just with the way this is going. So maybe we take this texture here. Can't tell. Okay, it looks like it's like this, with the left side being the bottom of his face. Something like that. Maybe. Sorry. I don't know. Let's see. See where it goes now? It's a planned sub. You think the Hanger Monol laser beam shooter thing would make for cool eyes? Hanger Monol does not have a laser beam shooter. It has a little face. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe. We're going to put the face on the top of his hat, I think. Or on the front of it. Yeah, this is a Ghost Monol. This is what we're working on. See how this looks. I forgot there was just like a basic gradient. The basic gradient probably is going to look better than whatever I have going on the sides here. I got rid of the blue. This actually like kind of lines up. I got rid of... Okay, I'm so confused. Did I save after I got rid of it? Maybe. Maybe I saved after I got rid of it. Anyway, there's the top. And then the top of his head is this green bit. What side is it facing? Looks like I want it to just be the darkest part. On both sides. Okay, so this is gonna be his face on the top of his head. I think it'd work to have them meet in the black. Yeah, I think we can do that. Let's see what we're doing though. Because right now, what I have is the face starts light at the chest and it gets darker as it goes up. Which might not be light enough here. It might not be light enough to line up with the chest, but we can at least, like, you know, we can fiddle with exact values. Okay, so it's getting darker on the other side. Top looks like it's set up properly though. It's darker in the middle. So wait, it's darker in the middle. Hold on. So that means they are inverted of what they're supposed to be. What? Oh, it's only one. Okay, yeah. So I had it set up like this. This is darkest in the middle because it duplicates. So I don't want that. I instead want this to be the other way around. Something like that. So that'll look a little bit better. How's the face look? The face is dark. Face needs to be changed halfway. Why did I think I had it correct? Why did I think that was correct? I don't even know if this is going to look good. We're just messing around with stuff. If I can't make something look good, I'm not going to send it in. Nighton Duckin looks sick. I'm happy that turned out the way it did. Okay, so I need to make... Top looks okay. I need to flip the face. pretty rad. I think it looks pretty good. It's just need to line up a bit better. Okay. And then I can just copy over this. So this curves like that. So this is the top and this is the bottom. So this should line up. I keep forgetting what folder it's in. Like, the fact it doesn't remember is, like, not a big deal, but it's a big deal because I'm stupid, and I keep forgetting where it is. Close this. What's going on here? We're doing some editing, some texture editing. We're making Ghost Monol right now. Okay, so the texture lines up. It just has a gap because I did not go the whole way. I think. There, yeah. Okay, so we've overscanned a little bit. Where'd my... Okay, so that should fill in that gap, because there's a little bit of transparency. Now there's none. So it doesn't line up perfectly. It's a little bit lighter. So I'm going to try pushing the texture down a bit. But also the way it's warped, it's like darker here than it is in the rest of it. I try something like that. See how that ends up looking. It's a lot of trial and error. Thought about naming this guy? I don't know, I was thinking Smokestack or something like that. Okay, so that did work. It was just too much. Wait a minute. When he smiles, part of his face becomes transparent. Purple? Okay, it's part of the purple. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so this is mostly okay. I just need to bring this back a bit. There's like where it was. That's in the middle. It doesn't need to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect. But we want it to look good. Phantasmonal. So this is the thing we were talking about in the Discord today. Naming conventions are like really tough, right? To make it sound like it's something that belongs in the game. And Monster Rancher is funny because its naming conventions are very minimalist. There's not a lot of like clever portmanteaus and stuff like that. That's more of like a Pokemon type thing. Monster Rancher, in their naming conventions, for better or for worse, are very descriptive. They're just like, this is the thing it is. Okay, this looks pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. You don't have much space for names either. Yeah, that's also true. Okay, so that lines up. It's not perfect, but it's pretty good. I'll do the same thing for the back of the head. That's this. And so this is lined up. The middle. Okay. So this is the middle, this is the bottom. So I got to do this again, and then make sure we're not actually over top of the cards at all. Memorial. That could be interesting. That's not bad. Dude, I keep forgetting what fucking folder I should be going to. Back lines up pretty good. We're just gonna let that be. Okay, so the top of his head is like very bright comparatively. But yeah, his head's looking good. I think because there's like there's a lot of these purple bits. I think taking a cross section from this, maybe like this, and then putting that over the purple, just here. His mouth is super fucked when he smiles. I don't know what you'd even texture that. I think it's the purple one. Purple seems to be just like his hands and like everything else, so we're just gonna make that pretty basic texture. That'll cover his hands, cover his neck. It's too dark, but yeah, it's too dark. So it's got to be the lightest part. But at least we know. Okay, so I have all of these layers. It's time to compress them because they're fine. These are bad. I have to adjust layer 6 and layer 6 copy. The rest seem okay though. So 3. Is it 24/7 Monster Rancher 2 stream Monster Bed ran by Legend Cupmaker or anything? No. It's a long story. It's not run by them. It's much more complicated and obnoxious than that. There's lore to it. Yeah, so they joined the scene and they're like, hey, we made I made a Monster Rancher that's like a Salty Bets type thing. And people were like, oh, that's pretty cool. But originally, we didn't know who they were. They hadn't like introduced themselves or anything. So it was just this like person who had made this like kind of cool tool. And like we just didn't know anything about them, right? And then over time, we added more and more to it. And so it's not really like a Monster Rancher thing anymore. There's like items you can buy, and it's like kind of like a full game. But then they started getting like kind of crazy with promoting it. And all of the monsters in the game are like NFTs you can buy. So like you now own that monster. And you can like get items to like power them up. It's this whole weird thing. But then the person got their friends to like go onto Discord and all these other things and be like, my friend made the coolest new video game, the coolest Monster Rancher game. This is a completely different way to play Monster Rancher. Just like really bizarre. Okay, it's close, but it's a little too light. I need something in the middle. And then it got like really obnoxious. It's too light, right? Yeah, okay. So I need something a little bit darker. So that's from there. And they started botting views, which like really turned a lot of people off because they're like, why are you doing this? Is it layer 3, right? Is it layer with everything on it? So they started botting views, and then they would promote the channel as like the most watched Monster Rancher channel, and it would have like hundreds and hundreds of people watching. And then you would look at chat, and it's just like completely dead. Like nobody's there. So it's like, it's one thing to be doing your own thing and you're on the side and it's whatever. It's another thing to like start writing and like promoting your channel in a way that's kind of like competitive and confrontational to other people in the scene, being like, this is the biggest in the scene and this and that, to the point where they started comparing it to the actual Salty Bets channel, which normally gets like 200 viewers, right, at any given time. And they're like, look at how successful we are. We have more viewers than that. Or is someone else in the Discord, in their Discord, was like, look at how successful this is. We have more viewers than Salty Bets. And fully aware that they're botting, the guy who was like running the thing It's just like, yeah, that's sick. Like, you didn't like think any more of it. What is this? We're not watching this. I don't know what the hell this is. It's fine. Hold on. Hold on. What was this other thing? Okay, so this is sick. There's 2 tracks in here that are gonna get me DMCA'd though. I love the shop theme from X and Y. Shit is sick. This has stuff. I need to find something that's not gonna get me smoked, you know? Okay, this doesn't have anything. I might still get smoked, but I've done my due diligence. Anyway. So yeah, they started talking about like how sick it was. I think this lines up pretty sick. Oh, that looks good. That looks good. The face is looking solid. Hell yeah. And so it was just like obnoxious because they're botting and they're being like, look at how successful we are and this and that. And that I remember someone in their Discord being like, you guys are like fully aware of what you're doing. Like, why are you acting like this? And they like got real pissy at him. Like, I don't know why. I don't know. More than one defense gain? Yeah. Okay, so I don't really like the cap. The cap is weird. I guess it depends how much you're going to be looking at it in game, but like at least the face looks like mostly okay. Like that's close enough that I'm not willing to change it. It's like maybe a tiny bit too light, but it's a matter of degrees at this point. They kept it going when their project failed. I mean, it's not that it failed necessarily, right? Like it's basically what they set out to do. Okay, I'm gonna have the arms, which are these really long portions here. There's no way for me to tell which side is which. It's also the bottom though, which is like fucked up. Is that really the same piece? I don't even know what this is. The orange. Where's the orange? Orange is like... No, that's red. I can't figure out where the orange is. Oh, okay. The orange and the blue are when his head explodes. And the green? Okay. So orange, blue, green. All of these are just the head exploding. So we can just copy this. This didn't turn out good. I don't like the way this looks. So let's just copy and paste. Different sections. I think that's it for the body. I think that's the only thing that's missing. So we have the back and we have the arms, yeah. And this is the hat. McDonald's Joker. McMochi. I don't know if that's happening. Hello, Captain. How are you doing? Hardee's did Monster Rancher toys once. I mean, it is a Hardee's level franchise for sure. Okay, so erase all this. The hardest part of finishing this off is going to be finding something that looks good for the arms and the tail. Because they are not gonna look good together. What is this Ghost about? What's the reference? It's just not, it's not a reference. It's just, what if Ghost was mixed with Mono? Okay, so let's see what we got. I removed his head. Yes, okay, that's understandable. If his brain explodes, okay, it looks fine. Seems very colorful for a mono. So the colors are just so I can tell which panel is which when I'm replacing them. Okay, that looks sick. Okay, so that's all good. This I need to change. I don't even know what this is copying. Whatever, we'll leave it. It's not making a mess. Layer 3. Okay, so this is the top of the head, I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna do this. This might not line up exactly, but it's gonna be pretty close. And then we'll just call it. It's kind of lantern head goes. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no. It's nothing like that. I can just get rid of the hat altogether. It would make a lot of his animations and stuff fucked up. I think I'm gonna make the eyes like yellow, like a glowing yellow. So what's the top of his head look like? It's a little bit light, but like it's fine. It's dark on the outside. Should be dark on the inside. Okay, so that's a change we've made. Let's get his back set up too, and then we can adjust. I'm just going to take this same thing from earlier. So this green speck is something. Maybe making his hammer have the runes is a better idea. White. Is this the dove? The white? There's gonna be a lot of stuff to check. Yes, this is the dove. I make the dove into a crow. Okay, so this is just right side up as is. So this is probably okay. It'll at least line up. I don't know if it's what I want to keep as Ghost's body, but it's at least we know it can just be mirrored. Waltergeist. Monster Rancher is more of a game where, like, just straight up Poltergeist is just the name it would be. It's like not a lot of puns in the names. Okay, so not quite lined up, but pretty close. Just needs to be pulled down a bit. But otherwise, yeah, that's it. Something like that. Call him Gray Ghost. Not a single You're a fake fan. Not a single model has gray. Excuse me. It'd be Black Ghost. Or Terror Dog. Okay, I don't really know if I like the runes on his body. Monoholum? Monoholum doesn't exist, that's right. Okay, I don't really like this. The more I mess around with this, the more I'm not a big fan. We are going to keep this. These all set. These are fine. Layer 3. Okay. Where's layers? 10. It's 9 and 10, eh? Okay, so I like this. We're just gonna leave this off to the side. It's not gonna be in the way of anything. We're gonna take this. I'm gonna put it over layer 10. So I need the top to be the light part. And then we'll take this, put over this. It didn't really line up perfectly last time, so let's just see what this looks like. 3 hours late, well, welcome. Individual runes on the cards? We could do something like that. It'd be cool if the cards were little models, though. I don't know how you would make that work. They would just look black, but... Gray Bell was a mono sub. Is that actually real? Advance is different, yeah. It's so funny that after Monster Rancher 2, Mono's not in the game anymore, and then they finally brought him back in Monster Rancher Advance 2. Like, oh, by the way. The Advance games are pretty good. Being silly, I would say make the cards mono card art cards. Oh. That's sick. That's such a cool idea. That's like a lot of work, and we're definitely not going to get it done in time, but I like that. Okay, so the body like lines up perfectly, but the neck is missing. Is that the front? Yeah, it's the front. So I need to extend this. That should be okay. No, the advanced games are actually really solid. Yeah, I think having mono card art for the cards is like, that's inspired. That's sick as hell. That's definitely not something we're not gonna get done tonight, but it's something I can like work on my own. Okay, so his neck connects the whole way now. His head still looks weird. The top of his head is so fucked up, man. It's kind of interesting it being like hollow though. I might leave it like that. Okay, cool. Just like maybe not up to standards. The face is a little dark. The stretch on the face is a tiny bit dark. I don't like it. Zilla Mono would be cool. Let's see how this compares. This is very similar. It needs to be a tiny bit lighter. It's not... Oh, it's behind it. Okay, I was like, why is it doing this? I thought it was transparent. Okay, so this should be okay. This should be a little bit better. Yeah, Ghost is quite complicated, man. He doesn't look like he would be. And then you think of all the extra shit he's got. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's better than it was. The top of his head is still scuffed, but we'll leave that for now. Hope Arrowhead isn't this complicated. I got bad news for you, man. I haven't even tried it, but I can't imagine it's easy. I don't know which way the arms go, so we're just gonna copy and paste this. It's like this, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, Macho made the Arrowhead ape. It's a more condensed. Arrowhead isn't horrible, but there's lots of unaligned edges that require lots of trial and error. Yeah, that sounds unfun. Now we need to know why the game's never met any other ghost breeds besides Chef. So, I think it makes thematic sense to not have other ghosts, right? If any monster can spawn a ghost, then ghost having subbreeds is like kind of bizarre. I think Ghost and Phoenix not having subbreeds like makes a lot of sense thematically. I'm not opposed to adding them into the game. I think it's kind of a cool idea. Okay, so there's another red. Where's the other red? Did I? Hold on. I don't have red on anything else. I turn this off. Maybe I just hadn't saved. Therahan is a special Phoenix case. So things having a Phoenix sub, I think, makes more sense than Phoenix having other monster subs. But I think in this mod, like, it's imperative that every monster has every other monster sub. Like, that should be the goal. I think it is the goal, but it should be the goal. But I can see why when they release the game, Phoenix is like a special monster that doesn't have like a Zoom subbreed, right? And Ghost is like a ghost, so it doesn't have additional subbreeds. No monster has Ghost as its subbreed for the same reason. Okay, so this is what I was worried about. The arms are too dark. And the tail is too light. Yet it has a disc? What do you mean by that? Ghost disc? So, what can I do to fix this? Oh, I know what I can do to fix this. We're going to take the body. We're going to flip that shit upside down. What? What the fuck happened there? Okay, so let's see if this works. Oh, disc chips. I always thought it'd be neat if all the main character monsters from the anime had Phoenix subbreeds. I mean, that's how you get Phoenix in Monster Hunter Advance too. is you take all the anime monsters and combine them. Oh, that's what gave you the idea. Okay. So, the arms line up better now. The tail is a little wonky. But the arms line up so nice, man. Oh. That sucks. It sucks how good the arms look. I can just have the body not not change as much. Oh, but now the neck is messed up. So the body lines up, the arms don't. Okay, I know what I can do. Actually, I don't. Why is it the same texture for the bottom? Okay, so body back to normal. Just make the arms darker. Man. How come Ghost doesn't have a dramatic scene? Yeah, it'd be funny if he's just like, whatever, and he just like leaves. Okay, so now the body lines up, but the arms don't. Does the tail get as dark? No, it doesn't. So I wonder. I make it lighter. We're kind of just like trying to make it like look as good as possible, right? It's not like, this is a little bit frustrating because again, we run into a situation where he uses the same texture twice and they're like inverted. We had this problem with the Duckin yesterday, or the Niton. So that might have been too much, because now the arms still look dark and the bottom is not nearly... I mean, the arms still look okay. What I'm seeing from the tail is that the tail seems to take The arms show more. You know, like shining above and he goes through the light and his death scene is more heartwarming. Yeah, okay. So we got this. And then I just get rid of the hat. I'm just gonna get rid of the hat for now. And we're gonna fix the top of his freaking head. Hatless Ghost, the next subbreed. The reason I want to get rid of the brim is because, you know, Monol is like rectangular, and I think it would be cool to have Monol not have the brim. Like this, like the silhouette works, but the model doesn't really when you start taking it apart. You can see some vertices. That's fine, because we're gonna add it back. The head is like way too light. It's darkest in the middle. Oh, dude, I was like so far over. Yeah, okay. How this goes next time he orders his dove pop out. Flap that opens, he goes whoop, and then the dove flies out. Okay, so the colors there work a lot better. There's a tiny bit of a transparency issue. I'm not gonna belabor the point on that. He's basically done. Everything lines up except for his wrists into his hands. And it kind of makes him look like he's wearing a shirt, so I'm okay with that. Cool. So, I saw something. We're gonna add his hat back. If we add the hat back as is, I can put runes around the rim. I like the idea of having it look like a smokestack, but I don't like how it sits on his head. I don't think it's like it's good enough to just like let that be, you know? Not everything needs to be like crazy, adjust everything to like the nth degree. So now he's gonna have his hat back. Hanger Monol eye beam thing for his eyes. Okay, so he's got the hat back. All of a sudden, he looks like significantly better. Can we have the Hanger Monol eye beam thing for his eyes? Curious how it would look. If it's cool. If it looks bad and we go back. Yeah, okay. Okay, so far, All of this. We're done. We've got that stuff done. Make the brim smaller, partial transparency. Keep the stacky look. Ooh. That's really smart. What you're saying is we can also give him a ball cap. No, that won't work because it's the texture over and over and over and over again. But if you could only have like the two in the front, that'd be sick. But yes, you're right. If we were to take this, and just Ghost question part mark baseballer with a hat with a bat for the wand stick baseball cap. That'd be sick. Morph the hat into a crude rune. What do you mean by that? Okay, so I fucked everything up. No, I didn't. It's okay. Okay, so his hat is much smaller now. Let's grab the rest of this. This is all his hat. Kind of like the Halo look. So you could do it the other way too, right? You could, but then we're gonna end up with the same situation. Oh no, we're not gonna end up with the same situation. Maybe that's something for Galley. Because what you could do is you could take this, and instead of I moved it inward, you can move it outwards so there's a gap, and then you can match the gap here, and it would make a halo around the outside. Ghost Galley, give him a halo. That sounds sick. Yeah, I think you're onto something. So now I'm going to line this up. Hold on, I shouldn't have done that. There. Okay, so I made a mistake. So now this should just be a small rim on his hat. Okay, so yeah, he's got a smaller hat. Where have I've made a mistake somewhere. Oh, you know what? I think it's the top. I don't think it's the bottom. I think the top needs to be bigger, so like overhangs. So I need like one more. Even like maybe 2 pixels more. Let's see if that fixes it. Yeah, if it's totally flat, then it needs to jut out. But that would mean that the halo would kind of work. I don't know, whatever. We're just gonna leave the hat as is. Let me try this first, and if it looks okay, then we'll leave it. And if it doesn't, then, you know, so be it. That would make sense that, like, it only, like, it has to go as far as it does because it reaches, like, a final pixel. Sounds like an area in Ragnarok, yeah. I don't know why I said it like that with the emphasis on like a weird syllable, but Ragnarok. Yeah, it's not gonna work. That's okay though. Halo idea will work. It'll look weird if you're like looking at him. The layer from the back will look weird, but like on the outside it'll look fine. Anyway, this is whatever. We'll just bring the hat back. Gonna try to get this set up next week so you can do some kind of cherry themed plant mochi. Hell yeah. Oh, that sounds sick. So this isn't anything. It's just a thing. So I can make this the hat itself. The more squished I make it, the more unintelligible the runes are. But maybe that's okay. You know what? No, I don't like the hat looking like that. I want the brim to look like that. So how's the setup? This? No. So the brim can have like a shit ton of runes all over it. I don't even know if this will line up. Whatever. We'll check it out. We'll see how it looks. That looks pretty good. And then but would it look better as the outside? I think it would look better as the outside. This is cool. This is coming along. Again, this is gonna be one that takes a really long time to like really flesh out everything in. But as far as getting like a base model done, I think we're in a pretty good spot. And then changing the cards to be the model portraits, I think is really sick. Oh, place has been great. Yeah, this has been pretty solid. Okay. So, I don't know if I like this. I think this is probably worse. What's the dark? Why is it so dark on one side? It's because of this. You know what? Maybe if I were to tweak it a little bit. So this gray stayed consistent throughout the whole thing. Or like this. That might have been too much, though. A little bit of an overcorrection, but I think that's the idea. This is still going to be weird because it is... Here, let me... Okay, I can always revert the changes I made. Definitely better with it on the inner. I think if I can't get this to look good, then yeah, I agree. And then having the hat do like a white to black gradient, I think would probably be pretty sick. So it's still black at the top, but like the inside is white. Yeah, no, I don't like that. It's better the way it was. Okay, and now this can probably stay as is. But I gotta find something that's like... White to gray gradient is like this. Yeah, this could work. So yeah, it's less about having like artistic skill, right? And more about, I mean, obviously if I had artistic skill, I could just brush them and whatever. And I think people like Macho and Goat and them are gonna have a much easier time just making custom stuff. But like having a strong idea of like what the monster should look like, I think is probably more important. Oh, did I do the top? Okay, I did the top. But it's fine because that's what we want it to look like. And can I blur this a little bit even? Because I don't really like how pixelated it is. Maybe a little aggressive on the blur. Okay. Playing having top of happy with black hanger face? Yeah. Let's see how this looks like with the blur. This actually looks like really sick. There's like really minimal lighting in this game, but there is some. Like you can see the hat gets darker as it like moves. But yeah, I like this a lot. And it like kind of lines up with the white. It's a very satisfying texture. Yeah, I like this too. Pop. The silk on the inside of the hat, we can probably change to something else as well. But yeah, the top of the hat, I want to be the hanger face. So that's where we're at right now. It's got to fit on this. And here we go. Okay, I gotta see which... Is it dark in the middle? Yeah, I think it's the dark side is in the middle here. Also, I don't know what the hell is happening in this song. Splatoon music? Is it Splatoon? So, let's see if I got that right on the first try. It is very Splatoon coded, so the fact that it's a Splatoon song makes sense. Bro, I got so much shit to do this week and next week. I'm so mad that this tool like is as easy to use as it is. Did I not save it first? You can definitely give Galley the Thompson Tank Engine mask. It'd be super easy. Name the song video of that weird one. The one that was just on. Where are we at in this mix? 54 minutes. Rainbow Color Incantation, Splatoon 3. Didn't change locations to update the model. Oh. Alright, well, let's see. I lost track what I'm doing again. But that's okay. Dude, that's so funny. Ooga booga. Oh my god. Okay, so I have to spread it out a tiny bit. Bleh. I want to get rid of these like white peaks on it. So what that is this edge. So I don't want the edge to be visible. So like that should be good. If I do it like that, it'll at least be better. This is going to be a work in progress for a little while. It was nice to be able to just hand in the Duckin, but Ghost has so many like little accoutrements and stuff that I don't want to just like half-ass it. Okay, see? It's a little... like it fits a little bit better now. I think so, at least, anyway. I think it fits better. You don't even know it's there. And then he's like, bleh. So, the question is, should it be facing this way or the other way? Should it be a face from the back or should it be a face from the front? I'm okay with leaving this like this, though. Okay, cool. I'm going to blur the eyes a tiny, tiny bit because they are a little bit fucked up with how the pixels are spreading. So I'm just blending it a little bit. When it's the opponent see, is there an animation that shows the top of the hat to the camera? No. So the opponent doesn't see it at all. He bows his head? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, we'll go with that. Okay, this would be great for the vid thumbnail. It'll definitely be in it, yeah. Okay, so that's significantly worse. So we're not going to worry about it. I don't know why it's like glitching a little bit. But it's fine, we'll leave it. Okay, so pretty good progress today. I'm probably going to finish this guy off stream. But I don't know. I'm fine with sticking around for a little bit longer if you guys are. It's pretty late. Yeah, eye idea real quick. Oh yeah, I still gotta finish the eyes and stuff. Okay, so the lasers you wanted to see. So hangers, lasers, and stuff are part of a different set of... Oh, does he have an exhaust pipe? They're part of a different set. Oh, the umbrella pattern. This. Okay. It fits the eye perfectly. This kind of gives me an idea. I think I probably do want to go with like the yellow eyes, but we'll try this out. I have an idea here. This one is 100. If we did this. Hold on, I've lost track of what I'm actually deleting. Okay, so there's that. This and this are good. Those are done. Tiger Model, hanger, go away. What is this? 100% opacity. So 6 is the eyeball. Okay. So it is lining up properly. Something like that. So the whites of his eyes are going to be black now. It's too grimdark, but it's very funny. It's funny. I think just a... I think it was worth trying it. It's definitely worth trying it. I think what we do here is just a basic gradient. So I don't need this. Layer 5 can go away. This can go away. Background copy. Okay. Too dark makes the rest of him look washed out and lighter. We don't want, yeah. Okay, so I'm going to select an area. I gotta get darker, I think. Let's see what that looks like. I do think yellow eyes is the way to go. We just need to get the colors right. Here's where we're trying it. Okay, so I don't really like the exact colors, but that's the vibe I'm going for. I think it's too much of like a change. Something more like that, I think, is probably better. Dug the style for the red eyes can be set up in yellow easily. It could have like 5 minutes ago, but I just deleted everything. It's cool to test it, but this is more in line of like what mono subs kind of look like. So I think this is going to fade a little bit better. And now, if we want to be interesting about it, we can set the opacity a little bit lower. What's this one little thing here? See what it looks like with some transparency on. Looks like he has cool coins for eyes. There's no money monster. Doesn't really work because the rest of him isn't solid. But kind of cool. Okay, what this is showing me is that I think it works if it's darker. If the inside of the texture existed, I think it could have worked, yeah. A little bit more washed out on the eye, I think might be an idea. Kanizo feeling hella left out right now, yeah. Yeah, the coins in the eyes works. It's not really what I'm going for, but if people want to like pretend I'm a secret genius, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I think that's a good shade for them. We could go big hard-boiled egg eyes, hell yeah. Okay, so I want to change the brim. What do I want to change the brim to? And do more white. Imagine these new mons get added into fandom wiki. BS descriptions to boot. This is Ghost Monal. Because it has some white on it, it's actually a Xenon subbreed. Looking good, Joker. Okay, I think I like the white. White is like... Monal isn't black and white, though. That's the thing. Monal is just black. So I'm taking some liberties here, but I think I like the way it looks. The Nintendo DS Chill Mix is putting me to sleep a little bit. Okay, I think this is pretty good for Ghost. Like I said, I'm not gonna hand him in like this. I want to make the cards into a new thing. I need to adjust those for the... Once I adjust them once, it'll be fine, though, because I'll be able to... What's the word? Like, once I adjust them once, it'll be fine, because he's got duplicates in his attacks and stuff. But, like, once I've made them, I can just copy and paste them. And his hammer and things like that. Like, if we just watch him walk around the ranch for a while. See, he has the wand. That's with this blue and this. That's the wand. Where are you going over there? There you go. Now you're back. This man wants to run away. Show me the cards or something. No? Okay. Dude, the face on the hat is so funny. I don't think we need to change too much of, like... Not all of this needs to be changed, though. I do want this to have, like, runes on it. So maybe that's, like, the last thing we do. Is we take the runes from Tiger Monal. We copy them again. I'm just gonna put these on this one too. I don't know what this is. This the bottom of it? This is the gem. I'd like to change the hammer to something, but I'm okay leaving it as is. Maybe just change the color. And then the dove, I want to be black. It's very weird how this is done. Tapering will be bad because it's going from light gray immediately to dark gray without gradient. Yeah, but you can't really see. Let's see. I could always do it the other way. I don't think it matters too much. It's definitely not something I want to half-ass, so I want to come back and, like, finish this. But, you know, for the time being, pretty good. Alright, I'm gonna call it because I'm getting sleepy. And I do want to work on this a little bit more, but I don't know if I have the energy to, like, actually keep talking to people. So, this is what we got done tonight. We got a ghosty with a spooky hat. Everything else is done. It's good and done. I think the way we should probably approach this in the future is, like, you come up with a name, it's fine, but we should have, like, community voting on, like, the names for all the new monsters. Actually, that's not a good idea. I don't trust most people. Decide on a name for it? Not really. I'm sure I'll come up with something by the time I'm done. Don't trust us. I don't trust anybody. Witch Doctor and Spirit Guide. I think just synonyms for, like, ghost is, like, a good idea for the time being. Yeah, just like wraith. Whatever, you know? Spectre. Shadow or Shade bring to mind. Shadow is Is there a Shadow already? Shade, I think, is probably pretty good. Memorial is good too. You mentioned that. Shade, I think, it works really well though. Skibidi Jim wins by popular vote with 98% of the vote. Yeah. Umbra would be good too. There's a lot of really good stuff here. And then, hold on to your fucking hats. Let's turn off everything except for, hold on, we gotta get his mouth in there. Okay, so this is just the cards, some stuff we haven't dealt with yet. So we're gonna turn all that off. This goes up here. What if this is all done? And then set opacity to not 100%. Last little check. Omen's good too. Wisp. These are all really good. I think they're all like very strong names for ghost main breeds that we can use. Obviously, I think making the hat not transparent is a good idea, but you can see what I'm going for, right? If I was to just make it transparent. Maybe body but not hat, yeah. Got an egg hidden in his hat. Hold on, the texture is all fucked up too. Doesn't work as much because you can see all of the limbs and shit through the body. Clear toy Agumon ass. Hey, golden experience, welcome. We just finished our guide for the most part. Less transparency, you don't have a choice. It's either on or off. It's either 0 transparency or it sets it to like 50%. It's just a Boolean option, and not even every monster has access to it. It's real unfortunate, yeah. What were you up to? Were you working on one, or? I don't like the transparency the more I look at it. Let's bring them back. Yeah? Hold on. I don't know if how long you were watching for. Boo! Man. We got a spooky face. Okay, what did I do? His face has a gap in it. I think we turned background copy back on. I don't know what difference it makes. Where is his face? To this? No. This is his back. This is his front. No, this is his back. Whatever. I'm going to turn this back on. And this should fix whatever weird gap I just made. Deleted his tongue? I didn't. Posted on Blue Sky? Sick. I'll take a look in a sec. I just want to get this back up to looking as good as possible, and then we're gonna call it. Yeah, I don't know what I did. I like deleted a pixel somewhere, but it's fine. Pop. Okay, let me check out Blue Sky real quick. Is it okay if I show this? Yes? Okay. You hear they got your mans? Oh my god, man. It's incredible. It's perfect. Anyway, they got your mans. You didn't know? You didn't know he was doing that? All right. Let's call it there. I'm tired. That's sick though. Glad you're having fun with it. This is super fun. Let's raid somebody. Who's streaming right now? Super late stream. Thank you for the raid, Golden. Let's go raid Ty Tuesday. We haven't raided him in a while. That's not true. We raided him last week, but we'll raid him again. Have a good one. I won't be on tomorrow, but I will be streaming Thursday. I don't know what we're doing. We might do some more of this. I've really been enjoying it. So maybe we'll just do some more. I don't know. You guys down for that? Hair Kicks doesn't stand a chance. Yeah, no, he definitely does not. Anyway. See, glad you got to see the ghost. Yeah, the Golem Nighton didn't work out. I'm not good enough. We'll figure it out later. But anyway, thank you guys. Have a fantastic night. I'll see you Thursday. Bye-bye. I'll see you Thursday with an asterisk. As of now, I will be streaming. I don't know what Thursday holds, though. Goodbye.